Hello there. Let's keep this wood stove fire full of logs and get busy with some Godot programming again. I know I could have showed up earlier today, but I did my best. Had to drive my taxes out to the accountant, drop them off. But hey, you know, I have a bit of a surprise. Check it out. My YouTube studio functions and works now. And there's a reason for that. It turns out a bunch of things have been straightened out by that choice. I ended up having to update my Chromium, the browser that I use. I'm running that because I cannot bear the way that it changes things out from under me, and that's no way to live, is not knowing when your program is going to like randomly not work that day or act completely differently or just look subtly differently, so it gaslights you. I don't like that, so I don't go with that. But it meant that I was on quite the older version, really. And that's not great. Although now what I do wonder is whether it's broken the stream in some other way. So let me fool around with this. What it's telling me is there ain't a lot of people there, which is fine in its own right, but I do want to find out whether it's actually broken or not. Because the assumption is, having gone to a much newer version of Chromium, it's not going to be as broken. And it remains to be seen. I'm going to be writing this version of Chromium for a while too, because I feel like it is heading rapidly in the direction of the auto updates are going to break everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. So I don't want to deal with that, so we shall see. And I will be seeing, I guess, whether the stream works or not, because I'm still streaming. I'm just not getting, you never can tell. Maybe I'm not getting people showing up because terrible things have happened in the outside world, apart from me and my little wood stove. By the way, that should be an auto fade. This is actually also me using a new Godot engine, so that's interesting too. Think the edges of the screen are basically okay. I can't tell whether the edges of the screen are okay or not. Okay. So if I need to readjust that, then I need to adjust it to here. Or adjust that to there. Make it so that I can see the edge of the screen again. Stuff doesn't really fit on my screen, sadly. And then to around there, and then this ends up being in the same position. And that ought to just about do. So yeah, hi. I also had the opportunity, no, I actually just started. I have a special treat, which is I updated Chromium, so it's possible everything will break and be wrong. But one thing it did do is now I get to have a visible, I wonder whether it's going to give me a whole stack of new images. Now I get to see what the stream's doing. So that's kind of neat. See, there we have the infinite sequence of Chris's, and this is the amount of latency I'm running. And yeah, it's going to use the screen capture to bring in smaller and smaller Chris's as we go. But I'm actually going to skip that because what we're actually doing is something a little bit more serious. Maybe not all that much more serious. Namely, let's play video games again. In fact, let me set up audio hijack so that I can pipe the video game stream to the stream. And turn it way down so that I'm not bombing you with too much volume. And let's see if that worked. Level 100. Oh yeah. So here's where we're at. I certainly am, yes. Tuesday, we made the sort of explodey dust things that can be adjusted. Previously, I made all of this. I feel like I maybe don't need to expand that quite as much as it is. We shall see. Like it's visible, but might be larger than it needs to be. Expandy of it is perhaps more than it needs to be. But yeah, the thing that I have in mind now is I would like to incorporate sounds for these guys. The game is flying around and querying these things. There's a number of different things that can be arranged here. For instance, what would it be like if these giant rocks running into each other broke? That would maybe get things very busy. But if they ran into each other and broke, see, I'm getting a signal that I have to go down that way to go and find the one I am seeking. Its name is Captain Nemo. I don't know what that's going to mean. I was aiming for that guy, but instead I just blew up the rock. So there's a bunch of things that can be done here. One of them is relax this challenge with the, is that away? Oh, okay. So the original game was literally find the bright moving blinking dot that matched your color, but you do not see your color directly. That guy says go this way. Distant explosions, which are my shots eventually hitting a rock. Of course, the other thing you can do is turn it into literal asteroids, and you have to blow up all the asteroids to move to the next level. So that's what it says on the screen, is zap all rocks or find Captain Nemo. I do not know what Captain Nemo looks like. I don't recognize that description of a texture. It's not going to be this. This is a very bright colored one. maybe this fellow is Captain Nemo and was moving upwards. Yes. So you touch it, and then you get to go on to the next level by hitting N. And there is one more bot in this collection of bots. So yeah, that's the basic gist of it. And my sound thing there, the duration of that thing is essentially distance. So this actually needs to be debugged. I've tried to tell it to not go bing again when we've cleared the level. It should be quiet now, and it is not being quiet. So whatever it is that I'm doing to try to check for is the level over is clearly not working. Since I have cleared the level, these things are all approaching me. They're going to form into sort of a cluster. So part of the trick of this game, for anybody who has not been seeing it this entire time, I will allow them all to cluster up a little bit more like this. And then request that you observe what's off in the distance. Because these are using instances in Godot rendering server to produce a seemingly much larger number of bots and rocks than what's actually included. So I'll gather together, and then if I go over here, these are the same ones. And then if I go over here, see, as I continue to go past them, see more of them in the distance. This is the size of the universe we are in. It looks bigger than it is. And the asteroids follow the same rule. We're sort of going past an asteroid here. This rather large one there is also seen there, and it will fade in like that. If I zap it, you can see those ones broke up, but then also the ones sort of off in the distance also broke up. And that's how the game works. So now the question becomes, what else can we make happen in the roughly 4 hours I have before it's taco time, because I will be having dinner today. I don't expect to get into a run on this where I'm coding on into the night. It's bad for me when I do that. I'm too old to do stuff like that. So there are a number of things that I can do to kind of work with all this. So one of them that I can do is proceed by duplicating this sound system, but rather than having just the explosions, and I can still fool with that. There's things that I can fiddle with it. I can add another sound system for specifically managing the beeps that the bots emit. Because when they blink, they're supposed to also go beep. And if you zap them with those electric zaps, which doesn't hurt them, that is supposed to make them chatter and go wild. And this is a thing that is very likely possible to do. I can follow the pattern of what I did before. and that's going to involve kind of duplicating a bunch of these things. I do not think No Man's Sky is going to be a target. This is a video game toy in Godot. But I can see what I can do. There is that. And there are some possibilities that could be interesting. For instance, the way this is working, I can show you in Godot after having set up Bot Robin there. So here is the, I could probably, if I rename this bus, I'm going to have to rename code elsewhere. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. But here's a bus. I have a reverb. I have a peak limiter. I'm not sure if I should have these in this order, but it's okay for now, I guess. There's other places that I can start using sounds, and here is the range of different kinds of things I have in here. Some of them do actually work and do something, like for instance this. I was seeing an issue in my coding that's going to require a little bit of fooling around. So what was happening was the effect that I produced out of that excuse me. So I am doing something with all this. Like you can see, so that square, it doesn't actually show, but and it doesn't actually do much as far as fading back out again. But see how there's sort of a box? So imagine this is the boundaries of the world that you're in. And these are some of the things that float around in the world. We've got a lot of different stuff going on. And here's my rock sounds thing. Different objects get added to these nodes, which are able to track and count them. Like you can count the number of things on a node. So I can tell how many rocks there are in the world, and indeed make large numbers of rocks. I've also got this funny thing, which is, I call it fishbowl. It's not drawing because you're too close to the edges of fog fading it out. But essentially the way this works, if I save this and jump in here and run it again, I have every reason to think it'll work. What we've now got is the same sort of universe. We can see the all the rocks off in the distance, including these sort of faded ones. But also, if you see out here, this is where we are teleporting from one edge of the universe to the other edge of the universe. It's a little off. I have not updated the position of it, but this is basically how it works. That we're inside a box, basically. A box that is like this. There is a graphic showing where the box is. We are inside it. It's definitely a little offset. So here you can kind of sort of see it. I'll probably just turn it back off again in a moment. But this is the concept of how this game works, is that we are in a seemingly infinite space with these giant rocks, and you can hit them and blow them up, or indeed shoot at them lots, making lots of explosions. And the way it works, I can even demonstrate that with this one over here. So that guy there is going to move past the edges of the world and reappear on the far side of the world. See what we see there? That is no longer a real object. However, when we fire at it, our shot gets teleported also to the opposite side of this giant box. Meaning we can hit it. The thing is, there was a sound effect and a visual effect that goes along with that. We're not seeing it because what's happening is the visual effect and the sound effect are happening behind us. Our shot went through the edge of the world. Our shot produced this effect. Or maybe really close to the edge of the world. But it's not as if we were shooting at this one, which is probably not past the edge of the world. Well, I guess it is. Okay, we'll put it this way. If I go this direction, this one clearly is within the range that we're in. This one, it'll be louder. Assuming I haven't calculated that wrong. Oh, no, that was within range. And if we can see the explosion, that's also the sound effect and explosion being triggered close to us rather than on the opposite side of the box. So we're supposed to be able to happen if we were doing this right. And I may be able to figure this out by the end of the stream. Is get right up close to one. We've got these effects and the explosion is closer. But, and that's also still closer. Move over to one which is clearly past the range. What's going to happen is we will not see an explosion effect and it'll sound farther away. And that's because the sound is not being triggered where we saw that happening. It's not chasing our position. It is being triggered very far away. And if we found one like that, see, we just shot the one that was just behind us. So that's actually not so far away. And this one there is the same as this one here. So we need to be able to trigger that smoke effect and the explodey effect where it's visually apparent rather than firing it off behind us. I can plainly see it over there. And if I take pains to go closer to one, it's supposed to be like it's acting when I am in the middle of this area. So we have the correct volumes for things. They're being tracked at where the explosion apparently is happening. Now if you look really closely, well actually no, I stand corrected. I was going to say a thing which was not true. Hey Jonathan, I don't know if I will improve the flutter and head bump part. Kind of depends. So let's bail out of here. So yeah, and again, I am also working on Soft Clock 3. Do you want more options for weird time signatures? Because I might give more options for weird time signatures. Strange things have happened. Might be a bit of work, but I've never been particularly afraid of that. And that's it for my cup of coffee. I'm actually drinking a different kind of coffee today. I shopped around a little bit. And in the same co-op where I get my regular coffee, I found another kind that was pretty much still good. It's a little more sour. It's not quite the same. It's an equal exchange coffee. Oh, yeah, you should remind about Donut Thingy. That is not impossible. I feel like in the next couple of weeks, I'm probably going to dive into coding on plugins again. I'm working through my backlog at the moment. But yes, you should mention Donut Thingy. That is a very important thing to remind. Which is, bear in mind, it is not to say that I am out to duplicate anybody's anything. I am more likely to try to make something that does the same functional thing with its sound of its own. But yeah, and the whole point of making Softclock and doing interesting things with it is to make it easier and more natural to play outside of 4.4. One of the things I'd like to do, and I'm looking into this, I'm going to see whether I can't do it. Also, let me throw another log on my fire. We're going to keep that going because it was super cold last night, I tell you. It got down to like, what was it, 9 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. That's like negative 25 in Celsius. For those who are familiar with Celsius, let me close this back up. I didn't get the damper this time. I'm amazed I was able to shower because my place can freeze up pretty good if I'm not careful. Yeah, well, I'm glad you feel no need to duplicate SP303 vinyl sim because that's not going to happen for me. I'm never going to do things like that, but I will be doing things, hopefully good things, hopefully interesting things. So let's see, I can probably clear out some of these notes. I came up with an alternate way of doing this. We're not even setting up audio objects here. Ready just starts things. I'm a little puzzled. Okay, so it doesn't match rule methods. Okay, fine. Oh, okay, fair. You guys can get in an argument about whether Dilla had a 303 vinyl sim or not. Doesn't really matter to me. What I'm going to be doing probably is listening to Dilla as audio reference. Like, what kinds of things can you do in this scenario? So let's see, here's Game CS. We've made a bot robin. We've got an elaborate thing. Bots will not need to fire particles, but that'll be a fairly easy fix. But we're going to need to have a duplicate setup in Godot for bot sound objects. So we're going to do this, and I believe, let's see, I think I no longer have a scene for rock sound. I think we are just applying it directly. We've got a little bank of audio makers sitting around in here. And yeah, that probably means I don't have to have that there at all. I think I can probably, well, hang on. You are not either. Alrighty, dependencies. Why is game referring to that? I don't think I have that scene in here. I don't think I do. What I'm going to be looking to do, and let me see what happens if I try to delete the rock sound scene, because I shouldn't need that scene anymore. I shouldn't need the script either. Can we simply delete that, or does it have dependencies? Okay, it doesn't say it has dependencies. How about this? Can we delete this? Does it have dependencies? It thinks it has a dependency. I guess we can test this out and find out whether I blow the whole thing up. Let's do the thing. It shouldn't delete game. Now I hit save. And now I run it again and see if it still makes the noise. Oh. Well, game CS. Well, we're in here. Are we maybe referring to this here somewhere? Interesting. What about... Okay, it's not showing me anything there. So we should be able to refer to these. They're simply a renamed audio device. If I find a game object that is a scene in here, it should show me. It's not, though. Okay, well, it's not there. I'm doing Get Node Audio Stream Player 3D. That's what the thing is. So that shouldn't be giving me problems, and yet I feel like it is. Let's go back over to Godot. It did warn me. It warned me something was amiss. I will go and see. Sure enough. Yeah, so rock sound scene. This is what I deleted. Funnily enough, since I did not do that in Finder, it doesn't have a put back option. I am not that familiar with shoegaze. If My Bloody Valentine is, I think maybe I'm a little... I think I maybe have not... No, I'm thinking of a different band. Yeah, like classically heavy distorted guitar sounds from amps often will show a lot of blue in original meter, and it'll be a lot of green in dark meter. That's because the sonority they produce is very similar to loud things in general. So yeah, well, one thing I can do here is I can simply go and open up, for instance, another window. And even if Finder can't put that back, I can put it back. So we apparently need one of these. We don't need the C# script because the script had been empty. There wasn't really anything there. I don't know how or why this is, and also show you exactly why I didn't think I was going to need it. See, there's the rock sound scene, and it has the audio stream player 3D. I copied that to the overall scene. Here is the particles that we made. That's what they look like when they go off. So a lot of this is being fired by scripted elements. This is some scripted elements in here. And we will hit save. And the funny thing is, this shouldn't, so I'll go and load bot sound too. I might as well. That is a sound. And in fact, this sound already has identification. That's bot sound. So we're going to be duplicating this around and re-triggering it all the time. And then pitch scale is going to modify what the pitch of the beep is. What I'm wondering is, do I need to take individual bots and sort of assign them to, like, I have a round-robining thing going on for the rocks, because the rocks need to have maximum polyphony. But, and also, if we assign it to Splody, look at what happens. We've got a little bit of reverb. Or we could make a different bus with slightly different reverb settings. Or we could set it up so that we have multiple triggers for this, and then we get to use distance to bury things in reverb more or less. What we can't do is modulate the reverb by every initial sound. Probably. Although that's something that could be tried. So the idea there is modulating reverb for every particular sound means have a noise going into there. Everything gets sent to this bus. And if we modulate reverb around wildly, see, here we are in the audio section. If we go to here, we're now looking at the reverb section, and it's got maximum dry, and wet is fairly small because it's not being super duper loud. If we set it to extremely low dry and then ran things through it, that's going to produce a more distant sound. So we could be modulating dry and producing a result off of that. And then pre-delay is a separate thing that's rather dumb. Pre-delay is, this is how long it takes to actually produce the sound, but then you have a feedback option which simply makes a echo going into the reverb, which is deeply unhelpful, and we're not going to want anything like that. Go figure. There's default settings for it, like the 150 milliseconds, and it's defaulting to 0.4 echo. It feeds back into the input of the pre-delay, which is not how you do reverbs, but these guys need my help. So what am I going to do? Also, we could have the high pass not be engaged. So the way this works is we're firing thunderous noises into this, and dry is maxed out, and wet is not really maxed out, although we can set it to 0.5 just to see what we get. Then when we run this, it'll run again because I brought that thing. Oh no, apparently I did not. I bet I need to save a different place. Let's save this. And then maybe it'll figure its stuff out. If not, there's going to be a whole separate issue of getting this to work again. Because we do have rock sound in here. That's what it does. And when I fire it according to, and that's also the reverb in it. So I'm pitch changing it radically. Hey, Grunts. Yeah, all right, all right. Let's see if we got any further. No. Interesting. So game CS 2310. Aha. Okay, found the problem. This probably means I can delete the file. Let's find out. We're going to live dangerously. See, I found the place where it was wrong. So I was trying to delete this scene and work directly on these, which are simply duplicated over and over again. Similarly to how I can go to bot sounds here, go to here, copy that, and then paste it in game. And now we have one instance of bot sound. Hang on, do I have Shift Control Command V? Command V. Oh, that didn't work. That's not what I had in mind. Okay. Command V. That didn't work. So I got to reselect it and then hit Command V. Very good. We'll get there. And then 1 for 0. And 1 for 1. And now we have duplicated what existed in the other one. So I'm supposed to have these. This one has particles. I don't think I'm going to need to have particles on the bots, but they do need to be able to fire distinct noises. My question becomes, do I want to have the bot numbers sort of automatically be assigned to one of these, or do I want to do a round robin? I'm setting up to do a round robin. But more importantly, I should be able to get rid of bot sound scene. See, this is confusing me. I didn't think I had that instantiated anywhere. So I'm a little concerned. Let's go and find out. And then in this case, I should be able to delete rock sound scene, because I believe I found where it was being called. Namely, it was trying to do this. But you can't do that anymore if there isn't the scene, so I had to take that away. Having done that, either it's going to work this time or it's not going to work at all. Hey, got there. So yeah, we've got the reverb much louder than it was. If I fire at one very far off, I believe I just missed. No biggie. Again, huh? Okay. We'll figure this out. Yeah, if it's distant, it's being played more quietly. unless it's beyond the range, because I still have to deal with the other thing. But we're currently doing extremely high reverb. The reverb sounds like butt, but whatever. If we do this, okay, so I'm probably aiming at that guy there. All the reverb is too big. But the thing I was thinking about is coming up with a way of modulating the dry signal and seeing whether that makes everything worse. So if we see that particle effect, it means the object we're aiming at and firing at is in the same area. If we're not seeing the particle effect, what it means is what we're aiming at is actually going to be visibly behind us. So that causes a problem. Seemingly a problem even hitting it at all. And then looking behind. See, we see the particle effects, and that signifies these are the ones that are sharing the space with me. A lot of them are despawning because I still have a very aggressive culling of rocks to keep the frame rate up. Otherwise it gets silly, but I might want that. And nearness sets the volume. So here's what I'm wondering. Can I set this up so that it is modulating the dry signal by position? Because when I fire this off, and we've successfully deleted these things by now, like we don't need these anymore, because it runs just fine without it. All I had to do was comment out a definition of this object using that scene to define what it was. We don't need it, so we're good. In fact, I'm not sure we need Bot Gatherer and Rock Gatherer instantiated in here either. In fact, I know we don't because we're not instantiating stuff through code. So here's the deal. So we are not assigning... Oh, I stand corrected. Yes, we are. So, yeah, we are in fact doing that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the sounds anymore. We're not defining sound containing objects. We're only defining the objects that contain the game objects themselves. And I don't know why that is indented the way it is, but I can fix it. Boop. There you go. And we'll move you down. And we're going to fail to do that, so we'll try it again. There we go. And now I can fix the indentation, because that's clearly wrong. And now it's back to normal again. So yeah. Over to rock. So some of what was going on here, I can modulate this stuff based on like distance and such. Like I can go and look up like how far away is this point of impact relative to the player. Now, what I'm going to need to do in order to do that properly, above and all production, you're being silly now. is, in fact, you know what? It's going to serve you right. I'm going to throw another log on the fire and take a brief break. Here in Vermont, we go to the restroom if we need to do that sort of thing. Maybe in like LA or somewhere, Silicon Valley, they wear diapers in order to be able to code endlessly without ever ceasing. But that's not what we do right here. That would be just silly. Also, I can rinse out my coffee cup. And no, I'm not making more coffee. We're good. Alrighty. So wood stove's going a little bit better. It warmed up to like 32 degrees when I was out. It warmed up to freezing. So woot. Hopefully it will get over being impossibly cold before terribly long. So where were we at? Well, there's a thing that is worth me looking up. I can go here and I can look up. Look, you can have balls. This is a game called Balls Up. So I can look at some of the code for this. And I think maybe GameMap has the audio code. We'll find out. Oh, are we not able to open that's stupid. Are we not able to open this up in a text editor? Well, we're going to whether it likes it or not. Do believe I have BBEdit hanging around. Although maybe it's in my extra folder. I bet it is. I bet it is in my extra folder. Let's see. It doesn't recommend BBEdit. Oh, no, it does recommend BBEdit because this is a form of text file. Okay, so that's kind of messy. That's because this is a scene file. I actually want to be looking at a GDScript file. So let's see whether, this is giving me better options. Here's the code in GameMap. But this is, oh no, wait, no, I stand corrected. Check it out. Audio server get bus effect 20.dry equals. So there's going to be something fairly similar that I can start fooling with. let's see what we can make happen here. Audio server, well, what did the previous one say? We'll paste it in just to see what it does. Okay, so this is not working because it's going to want to be capitalized. We are in a C# script, and they change all of these things around a great deal. So it'll be get bus effect. And I'm going to be looking up a position and the index. I think it's going to be position 2 and index 1. Or perhaps it's going to be position 2, index 0. Sometimes they count from 0, you see. And the rest of that can go away. I don't know if it's going to be able to talk about its particular controls, but maybe I can get some help here. So master, this is going to be the initial bus. So this is going to be a further bus. It might be bus 0, it might be bus 1. And then this is going to be presumably position 0. And then we're going to have available properties like this. So if we can alter the property dry, and it would be great if it would show me how to reference this, but I don't think it's quite good enough to be able to do that. That would be real convenient if they let you do that. They're not letting you do that. Ooh, bypass, mute, and solo. I am honestly not sure what use that's supposed to be, but you can probably modulate those in code. So there is at least that. Here's a handy dandy gain control for the bus, so that's cool. And then if I go to, and we're sending it to master, which is correct. So we should have a dry setting in here somewhere. Not only that, if I update it, it's likely to stay because I'm referencing something in the bus. We can do that from code, but I'm only referencing it in one place. I can set wet down to 0.25. It's still a little bit loud, but it's toned down a bit. And then we can see whether we can modulate dry according to anything. So first things first. I'll get out of BB Edit. Oh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Why couldn't you save that? That seems like that's going to be a problem. I can't say as I enjoy that detail. Oh no, now it's not showing a need to save it. Oh, probably because these are... Yeah, let's close those. These are hanging around, but we've deleted them. Okay, let's hit save. Dependencies couldn't be satisfied. Well, neither am I. We'll go over to here. We can comment them. I'm basically going to make sure that it can still be run. And then we can start playing with the audio buses. So can this still be run? Clearly yes. Yes, it can. So having run this, now can we save it? Interesting. Okay, well this works, and this is running out of the Godot program, so what I'm going to do now is quit out of here and relaunch. I feel like if I relaunch, it will sort out its confusion. See, missing dependencies, bot sound seen. Interesting. So what I just did failed. And I tell you why. And I'm going to quit it and then start it. We weren't using that yet. It looks like what happened was I copied a bunch of stuff over from a script that I've now deleted. I've also deleted the script for rock sound. In copying from the inside of the bot sound script, it looks like I was copying the scene rather than just a object with the same settings. Hey, lock with no keys. Well, thank you. Having done that, this should be happy again. Okay, now it's able to save the scene. It should be still able to run, and it will. We still have sounds and all of these things. So again, one of the things I need to do is make it so if I'm blowing up a rock there, it is not simply blowing up behind me like this. See, you see that there. But we only get that effect, and we only get the positioning of the explosion sound properly when it's within this box that you see. If it's outside the box, we get that. I was literally aiming at a rock which was behind me. And so here's another one. And if I aim at that, oh, no, I missed. I mean, I didn't miss, I hit it, but it wasn't the one I thought I was aiming at. So then fly over here, find which one it is that I'm looking for, and it's probably that guy. And look at the zaps flying in from off screen and hitting that over there. So what I need to do, the instances are blowing up just fine. It will blow up that rock. It will also blow up the rocks everywhere else where they need to blow up. But the sound emanation and the smoky looking effects, those are happening only where we're looking. So if I am at the edge of this world, making one of these blow up, I need to be able to have the sound and the exploding be coming from the apparent location of what's happening. Because right now, that's not how it goes. Right now, if you are actually sharing the same space, it works fine. But if we are beyond this space, so we're firing past the boundaries of this box, which is not correctly sized, but that's another story. And rather than get the sound effect, rather than get the visual effect, those things are being triggered at the actual location of the one that I'm shooting. Like this, see? I'm shooting past the edge of the world, and so I'm hitting rocks that I'm actually watching the explosion of the instances. Here I'm watching the explosion of the ones that are right next to me. So I'm supposed to be able to see that, but I'm supposed to be able to see it even if I am right at the edge there. And firing past the edge at one that's not where I am. Like this. See, no sound? And that is because that isn't actually where I am. That's in the same space that I'm at. And this one is, let me find one that's coming towards me. How about that one? This is probably not in my same place. And see, no sound effect. It sounds unusually quiet, and that's because I'm hearing it from across the universe. And I'm not seeing any effect either. Whereas if I shoot one over here, you hear it and you see the explosion. So that's some stuff that needs to be done. However, keeping an eye on the wood stove, it's so cold, I need to make sure that that keeps going. I would also like to find out whether I can modulate this. So what it looks like is I have the wrong bus or the wrong effect. I feel like it would be giving me an autocorrect if I was doing this right. You can do this in GDScript. So maybe, I don't know whether this is necessarily something that I can do. I know I don't need to call rock sound 0 or rock sound 1 because what I'm trying to modulate is the bus controls. Let's go back. So nothing I am doing is really giving me the numbers I need. One of these is going to be a bus. Another, they're numbered, but it's not telling me what number it is. It's not showing me what number it is. These are effects. They are being referred to by index numbers themselves, but it's not telling me what those are either. And I know that I can refer to this. Ooh, or can I step over and look at what that means? Okay, audio effect reverb J3PEL. Somewhat unhelpful, but what the hey. So res default bus layout to res. So in the other program, we got to do get bus effect and then modulate stuff. This is working in GDScript. This is, do I need to do anything else with it, I wonder? Not right now, but it might be something to fool with a little bit today. I think there's a way of doing stuff like that. So what I basically need to be able to do is do audio server get bus effect in C# and modulate the controls from a C# script. Problem: this get bus effect business is being written in GDScript. I should be able to access this from C#, but I am using Audio Stream Player 3D Notes, and the listener is built into the camera unless you produce another one. In fact, that's what Rocksound 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. Those are, in fact, all Audio Stream Player 3D notes. In theory, it'll pan and stuff, but what I'm looking to do is relate to Audio Server Get Bus Effect in the way that I'm doing here. And I'm going to go and see what the notorious Googles has to say about this. So the way I would search that would be Godot Audio Server Get Bus. Oh, no, it's not spelling it like the books used to. It's spelling it like modern music makers do. C#. That's likely to tell me something about it anyhow. So I'm not going to want to maybe get a bus effect instance is what it wants. We can quickly have a look at that. We can jump into Writer. Still can't refer to that. And apparently we don't get to do that either. What does it want to do? We can send signals, but I don't think I want to do that. So that's interesting. So let's see what this business looks like. This is all still lowercase. Lowercase tends to mean we're talking about GDScript here. So that's not actually giving me what I wanted. I wonder whether any of it does. These are all property descriptions. I'm not being shown. Okay, so tutorials. So we've got this. So what I'm looking for is, will it either show me options for manipulating this stuff in C# or tell me that you can't? Oh, it's automatically tracking buses and disabling it? I'm not sure I love that, but okay. So that's not actually helping. I got to step back. Godot Docs is probably not going to help. We are missing results with C#. Here's somebody else's stuff. It's still all lowercase stuff. Don't like that. There is, oh, here's somebody who's spelling it capitalized. Presumably that means they know what they're doing. So they're running this in C# somehow. You can tell because they've got caps here instead of lowercase. And this is in fact a bug. And they even have a maybe fixed by. So there's a fix in Godot 4.4. This is probably proof of concept. And hey, I even have a Apple M1 like that one is. And they say it works. I see 2 dots in there, which might mean I need an additional parameter. Let's see what kinds of things we're looking at here. Was it? In fact, it was get bus effect, yes. So in that case, take away instance. Is it going to show me? Okay. Bus IDX, effect IDX. So we're going to do, we'll call it bus 1 because I have 2 buses. That means it's always going to connect to something regardless. Then comma, and then effect IDX. So this should run and it is not doing anything. We're not altering a thing. Oh, I clicked in the wrong place. Whatever, I bet it's going to run. Or maybe it's not. I clicked in the wrong place and didn't actually accomplish anything. Let's hit save. Go back over here and see whether we can make this all work and do anything. We've got sound. We've got earth-shattering kabooms. So it's still working. But we didn't do anything with this. Chad, guess what? Check it out. I have a cooler thing than that. So Chad asks, this might not be a thing, but could you spawn audio stream player nodes at the point of asteroids as they explode and then despawn them to get a sense of space in the audio? And I keep clicking in the wrong places. Forgive me. My clicking game is way under par today. So I should be able to, there we go, get that back, move it to where it belongs. Get that out of the way. So see where I'm doing get node rock sound 0? If we go over to here, you'll see that I have this thing called rock sounds, and we've got these things in here which are audio stream players. So what I'm doing, these aren't being spawned. They exist, they're all set up. They make these given sounds. If I click on it properly, it'll probably even show me the sounds. It'll be streams, there we go. So it lets you do this. If I hit playing, it's got them very, very quiet, but all the same, this is what's making those explosions happen. It's when it plays one of these and it's audible because it's in the actual game. See, there you saw one of them go. You didn't get to hear the sound because something else was wrong. But that's connected to this node. And what happens is when an asteroid explodes, I go through and assign one of those to the position of the asteroid along with its particles. And what that does is it spawns the sound and it spawns that effect. So see, we can go about like a crazy person shooting absolutely everything. In theory, that would make thousands upon thousands of explosions and particles and things, but instead what's happened is I'm just round robining through these things, and I get one of them very rapidly. it's just counting through 10 different things. So you can have up to 10, but that's the maximum polyphony. When you've exceeded that 10, you're starting to cull previous ones, so the maximum polyphony cuts back. And in that way, if I added another part of the game, ooh, and maybe, did that close successfully? I think it may have closed successfully. So the idea is, in doing that, I'm just cycling through these. Every time I fire a new one, rather than spawn a new one and move it to the position and have it make the sound at that position, what I'm doing is I'm switching to the, like, we're leaving the 10 most recent ones playing and switching to the oldest one, whether it's playing or not. And I think if it is playing, then it will restart from its initial position. If not, that might slow down the sound production a little bit. I'd like to have it restart at the beginning again, but that's why it do what it do. And in fact, one of the things I can do is create one of these and call it bot sound. And then produce a audio stream wave. Actually, is it going to be a wave? I don't remember what I had. I'll see it over here. No, it's an OGG. Maybe I can load it anyway. Tell you what, how about I just load and then it'll figure out what it needs. Ping, no. Click hi, no. Hat, happy, no. Warbox, warn, beep, yes. And here we are. We have a beep. Weirdly, it's not showing up in the interface. I don't know why. But even though it's not playing that, I can see it showing up in master. Perhaps I simply need to edit it in some way. I think that's about right. Oh, I bet I know. Now let's try it. Bingo. The thing that we've just added to the scene is in a location. It's in a location already. Oh yeah, no, I will stop playing the music all the time. In fact, I'm going to stop and throw another log on my fire. Go. That's a toasty warm fire. That's going real good. I think I don't need to use a log as big as this. I can grab a smaller one and it'll be fine. Alrighty. Yeah, so I didn't hear that because that was a 3D object in 3D space, and my position in this window was far, far away from the noise. The noise exists at that location. So if I do this, I can't hear it because it's too far away. But if I zoom right up, then we can hear it because it's in a 3D space and it is being faded and panned by where my viewing position is here. That's how that works. So, and we will set it to Splody. And this is now our beep sound for bot sounds. That's going to work in the same way. I'm not sure if you'd call it central heating. I have a oil furnace that boils a steam boiler, and I've got those old-fashioned steam radiators. I don't really use them by preference, but they serve a good purpose of keeping my place from freezing at times when I don't have the wood stove going. So let's see, at this point, I should be able to duplicate that with Command D. Let's give that a try. Do I need to step around with the arrow keys? No. Okay, so now we've got all of these. Can organize them nicely. And now I can call these from code in exactly the same way that I'm calling rock sounds from code. But we still have not gotten to figuring out how to address these things. I was looking to set the dry parameter here. Ooh, copy property path. Well, that might be interesting. Let's see what we got. I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected. So audio surfer get bus effect 1.1. So here's what I want to do. I want to manipulate some of these things. And I don't know if it's going to let me. There's a bunch of fancy pants stuff going on in here which it's not actually telling me about. In GD script you can just go dry, and if it's the correct thing then it will in fact set it. Ah, okay. Now there's a problem. Using this property and setting it, you're assigning value to the property. It's a void, nothing happens. It's possible that this will do the thing I wanted it to do, but I'm not sure. Also, we apparently have a set deferred, so that'll delay it. But this is very generic stuff, and that worries me. I should be able to make it work this way. That's a big ask. It does not recognize that property is there. Let's see whether the person who is having it actually work. Let's see if anybody else out here is actually making this work. Looks like you're doing a variable. Interesting. Let us try to duplicate this syntax. I'm not happy with their var_l business, but that's a whole other story. So we can translate some of this stuff. Audio effect reverb is clearly what we're looking for. And the bus is named Splody, so we can update those things. Okay, that worked. And then get bus index Splody. No, it's still not getting us anywhere. Maybe they're doing it wrong? Okay. So as near as I can tell, that just defined a variable, assigned it to the result of this. It's all in parentheses too. Oh no, wait, no, it's not, is it? var_l is a low-pass filter, and then audio server get bus effect is supposedly referring to that filter. And rather than identify it using numbers, you apparently can load up the index by referring to what the name of the bus is. And then get bus effect becomes 0, and supposedly that person has a low-pass filter in slot 0. They're not doing anything to it. And that's a bit of a concern for me. So Splody is indeed the name of that bus. If we can do that, then that is so far so good. Reverb is, so I'm assuming they expect there to be just one thing, which is, yeah, an insert effect. And that comes in as slot 0 because it's the first one. And they're counting from 0. Run the scene, try and close it. It's now frozen. You need to force quit. You didn't do anything with this, but you could have gone L something. So we're now going to find out whether we can do L something. Oh. There, and we're going to comment that out. Aha! Okay. Okay. Now we're seeing, it's telling what the effect is, and it's searching for it in the appropriate spot. And that means we're getting, although we may be simply casting, it to this variable. Do we even need to define the variable, or can we do it in place? Because I'm shameless, I would do it in place. Let's find out. Nope, we do need to define a variable. already looking to be having troubles here because they said var_l. Oh, var_l equals. I missed the equals. That's simple. Cool. Now it's fine. And now I can go verb instance dry equals 0.0 f. Okay. So let's double check that we have dry. Yep, we have dry at 1. So we could set wet to 0.25 like that. We're going to start with setting wet at 0, and then we're going to update both of those things by code. There. So now if it works, it will go from no reverb to only reverb. Time to find out whether it worked. So we won't know until we blow something up. Let's go and blow something up. Okay, so here's what happened. I'm going to do it again. Case 0. So what we initially have is the reverb set the way that it was set. What that means is it's going to make a kaboom. And it's going to make another one. And another one. We're doing the round robining. Once we get to 0, it will update the reverb section. Go up to another big rock. And suddenly it switches to full reverb and no dry. We are now listening only through the reverb tank. Sweet. So that's proof of concept. We 100% have functioning editing stuff from out of C#. So here's the thing. The idea here was to modulate dry based on how far away this explosion actually was. And we can cut the amplitude of the reverb down quite a bit. We could also modulate the, well, no, okay, so here's how this is going to work. If dry is cranked up, we have a loud, direct initial sound. If, on the other hand, dry is really quiet, the reverb will continue making its noise because we're not updating wet at all. But if we've turned dry all the way down, that's going to further exaggerate the volume fade of distant sounds. So we no longer need that because we successfully made it work. We no longer need this because this is in GDScript. And we no longer need to modulate the wet. But what we're going to do is modulate dry amplitude by, so do we need to do this inside the case statement? I'm thinking maybe we do not. Because I'm thinking the amplitude would go to the same volume level regardless of what we did. Meaning, every time a new impact happens, we get to run this. Excuse me. So we load the verb instance. That part's fine. We're probably going to use the same code for bots, because I'm pretty sure we're going to send them to that same bus. We'd have to rename the bus in order, if we wanted to call it anything. We could call it Splody. Why not? That's fine. So in doing this, I'm pretty sure you can update the volume scaling of the 3D audio business. So we can have that retain its volume more in the distance, but have it go to reverb. We're only modulating dry, and we're modulating dry whenever a new sound is invoked, before playing gets triggered. So that might jump dry around, but probably not in such a way that it's going to be a problem. Could produce weird effects. When I say weird effects, what I mean is, if we have nearby stuff blowing up, and then a shot hits a very distant asteroid, it will cut off the amplitude of the nearby explosions rapidly, knock it back to the far distance. Although there's also the possibility of having it sort of fall back more slowly. Yeah, so this is me thinking about what if I had it going so that it was updating along with physics process, and it would always sort of drop back. But if you were invoking a new shot hitting, then that would bump it forwards if needed. Bumping it backwards will gate sounds. I suppose I can just demonstrate that. I'm saying it's going to be a problem, but maybe it's not so much of a problem as it is just a thing to observe. And I feel certain I'm relating to something around here in a useful way, and that's not where I'd be doing it. Somewhere I'm referring to how far away stuff is. I do have where player, so that might be a good place to start. I've scrolled too far. So where player is player, game is game. Here's where our noises happen. And then, of course, position is the position of whatever this rock is. Actually, no, the position of wherever the zap is, but it's basically the same thing. This position is where the rock is that we're going to make disappear and replace it with other rocks. But collided position is where the shot is. And that might be a better idea. Let's give it a try. not only that, all of this, so here's the deal. Collided equals body as zap. But if I can replace it with the phantom zap, I can teleport it, this object that we're about to delete anyway. Before we do that, I could teleport it to the position of the phantom one if needed. And the way I will know whether I need to do that is by looking at the exist count. Because if it is fired, it has an exist count of 2. And then if it goes beyond the boundaries of the world, it loops and it spawns another zap. Is MV2 reverb still actual? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Explain, please. What is an MV2 reverb? Is it one of mine? Actually, I needn't ask you. Let's look. Elemental P, QRST. MV2. Looks pretty actual to me. It's in the downloads. Okay, so the exist count of this matters. You must explain what actual means to you. I don't understand what you're talking about. So what we're looking at here is we've got exist. If exist is 2, then we are in the original setting. Collided will be the original zap. If exist is 1, and we can do this like this. Hold on a minute. Yeah, so that does nothing useful, but this is the kind of thing that I would have to do. So what I need to do to make this track the phantom zaps that are only impacting virtual Godot geometry server stuff is do something kind of along these lines. But instead of collided exist equals 0, what it needs to do is if that is 1, or indeed less, if this is true, I need to be referring to the phantom zap that spawned from this one, because it is wrapped. It is wrapped through the universe and is coming in from the other side, where we can't see it because it's behind us. So I need to trigger the explosion at the location of the phantom one that was spawned when we adapted. And for the moment, that does nothing useful, and I can comment it out. But there's a thing. It's possible that I should sanity check this. Because we can't very well have divided by zeros, can we? Well, that'll stop it from, I don't think it can be negative. I don't think in any condition distance 2 can be negative. So dry is going to bounce around now. And the question becomes, is this going to return even remotely reasonable values? Because distance 2, that's going to be large numbers. I could subtract it. And the reason the parens are faded out is because it'll do multiplies before subtractions. But here we are. We have verb instance dry and distance 2 times very small number. And it should run, if nothing else. Interesting. I feel like first time's the trick. Check it out. These nearby ones. Oh, look, it's aiming from to behind me. These nearby ones make a loud sound. Even the smaller ones. But actually nearer to me than I wanted. There, see? Further away, closer. This is actually doing the thing I wanted it to do right out of the gate. They didn't even have to adjust the settings or anything. But I can't hit that guy, and that's unfortunate. Didn't want that. Very far away. And we can even emphasize that a hair. Yeah, it does seem to actually work. Distance squared would make it even more exaggerated, but would get dry of negative numbers. Okay, so is MV2 reverb still actual, as in improved CPU load? Jonathan, it might not be what they meant. Also, give me a second. Right now up here in Vermont, we need more fire. Within this box, of course. Shall have more fire. There you go. Alrighty. So I'm definitely not following what you folks are doing, but it's fine. Some of this is going well, so that at least I'm happy with. And let's bounce back to the Godot engine and play with these things more. For instance, check it out. I could do a high pass A substantial high pass. This is like my code. It's using a 0 to 1 and it's not telling me the frequency. I bet people complain about that. People complain to me about that. But this high pass is going to render the distant stuff next to not even present. I do wonder. Okay, so widens or narrows the stereo image of the reverb tail. That's actually kind of dumb. We don't seem to have really much in the way of control over the room size. Would it be funny if it's like swooped the room up and down? Wouldn't it be funny if this was just regen and we had no control over any of the reverb parameters at all? That would be terrible. What a dumb thing. And then damping. Well, if we had a very high damping, what would we get? So now we have high pass and a high damping. Let's jump in, play with that, and see what it does. Well, I think that cut off the low frequencies. No question about that. It cut them off too much. Let's put them back. And I do not know. Okay, so 0.5 is their default. Basically, I'm trying to work out, is this making it brighter with damping added, or is it making it darker with damping added? I would think that damping high I guess we'll find out, won't we? So no high pass, but damping. All of the damping. Quick little jump. Damping to 0. From 1. How one of the bots like booted one of the asteroids around. Far enough away you can't even hear them go off. Dry signal down more than necessary. Would not have thought that it would need to be much smaller than this, but let's cut it down by a factor of 10 again. That should, and we're not using squared, we're using the full position. That should make it so the distant ones It does not seem to be scaling the way that I want, so I'm thinking rather than just cut it down this way, and you know, the closer I get to full amount, the more it will just instantly make everything be wet only. We're cutting dry down so aggressively here. So take that away for the moment. Now we are casting this to float, firstly. Now we can work. Now we have a square root of this rather than this squared, and it's still going to be too much because like square root of 1 is already 1. So we basically need to divide this down big time. But that's doable. We'll simply put it in even more parentheses. And then actually we could be multiplying that by a double. It is a double already, so there's no harm done. Now let's see what we got. Okay, that's good and loud. Just the way I like it. Like if I wanted to be real frisky, I could also modulate pre-delay. It'll get a little bit freaky though. And I feel like I'm getting such good traction out of that that I can dial it back even more. So we'll do that. Never to get around to the bots making noises either. That is something that I could throw in. And so I want zaps to be lighter. I don't really want to have each zap contain the position of its own, like a reference to the child that it spawned, but it could. If I did that, it'd act like this. So here we've got this, which is probably null. But there's a thing that we can do here where every time we do this, we can assign this variable. Just copy it from the one that we just spawned. And then it'll be going around with another object inside it. But that's going to contain a reference to the position of the one that got spawned. And that's a 3D object, a rigid body that's moving. Let's see if it works. If it works, maybe I don't have a complaint. The ones that are really large in number are the rocks and the bots. We don't necessarily have that many zaps. So we produce exist2. Every time we cross a boundary, we do exist minus minus. So if we cross a boundary twice, that means that that goes away. But the first thing it does is spawn a zap. In fact, it'll spawn one for each time. But that's probably, I needn't worry about that too much. So p-body equals null, and then boom is all you need. Then the reference of the original one, which has now been teleported, has a reference to the one that just got instantiated. And it'll do it over and over again if it needs to. But this should actually work. We'll find out. We'll see whether we can paste it nicely this way. Looks like it. Okay, so is that the first one? Yes. P-body null. We just go through and we're adding that reference to the thing that we just spawned, as long as it has been spawned. So if we haven't done that, it will be null. We don't have it counting as anything just yet. So here's where we start doing stuff. Ooh, and check this out. We don't even need to worry about exist. We need to worry about whether the sub thing is null. Because it should be null just starting off. So if that isn't null, we know it's doing something. So collided, and we don't care if it's moving around or not. And that was, in fact, what I wanted to do. So good on it for figuring it out. So if this works, what it will do is make a reference to, it's got a little reference for the thing that it spawns when it goes beyond the boundaries of the world. If it has done that at least once, there will be a relation to that. It'll be assigned to whatever the new one is, and that will be updating its position as it moves. So if it's now hit something, then rather than being the actual position, it needs to teleport to the position of where the visual image of it hit the visual image of something else. It should work. We'll find out. But yeah, collided position equals pzapref position should do that thing. And we're referring to collided position every step of the way here. So if we simply update that, we're almost immediately telling collided to go away, firstly. After doing this audio stuff here, exist equals 0 and q free, we're making it vanish. Let's see whether any of this works. It runs. We have visual explosions. That part worked. There's more explodies. There's more explodies. So in this direction, we get the explodies. But what happens? We move over here to where this wall lives. zap go flying back in this direction again. Hard to tell. So that worked. But I feel like I'm close enough to the edge. Troubles getting it to see. The zap went off in a funny direction. So some of this ain't working properly. Like if it's near enough to me, I can still hear something happen, but that should come off as being much closer, but it's not. That's not doing anything at all. Oh, because it's huge, that's why. See, that is within range. But then that apparently is not. Okay, within range. Sometimes they just don't want to connect at all. Yeah, and with that, I did not see an explosion or hear a sound. That I totally did. It's close enough, but that's not registering at all. And that, I hit it, but it didn't do anything. Yeah, see, I should be hearing a loud explosion, and I'm totally not. But then if it's over here, I do hear an explosion. Yeah, see, there's your problem. Nice try, but that didn't actually work at all. And I'm a little puzzled as to what to do about it. This is going to apply to the bots as well. So what if, just for funsies, yeah, so this is weird. I don't know why the shots would be bouncing backwards like that. What this is doing might or might not actually be working. Updating position. See, we're doing a bunch of stuff with it, but collided is still a 3D object. And that 3D object is subject to the physics server. And the physics server might not be working properly here. So it is possible here's the thing. I can make collided go in whatever direction I want. I can teleport it to pzapref's location. That might be what's happening. A little hard to tell. But if I do that, it's still subject to being within the reference. So if instead I go collided exists less than 2, that's going to have the same meaning. But then if I went and initiated a new thing being a location, ooh, but that's not going to work either because it needs to have a linear velocity, doesn't it? This is getting messier than I wanted it to be. Like what I'm looking at should maybe work. I just have an immediate problem because I feel like what I'm doing is attempting to do this various stuff. I'm updating the position of collided, but then I feel like maybe the physics engine is making it go back again before I do anything with it. And I'm not sure if that's a sensible thing, but it might still be happening. I also don't know why stuff would be sort of teleporting away. One thing I can do is simply not have that be there and see what happens. Wrapping around to become close again. Like, here's the scenario I'm looking at. If I go over to this big rock and fire at its duplicate, which there's one directly above it, could wrap around and become near me again. See, there's one that's clearly pretty far away. I managed to actually hit it. But this is clearly me aiming through the boundaries of the world, and I'm clearly not updating. Like, it's hard to tell where the actual boundaries of the world are. I can see that's past it. See, we go closer to this, and then there we are. So that's within the boundaries, but then this might not be. Yeah. So it looks close, sounds very far, doesn't make a visual effect when it hits because the actual one that is doing that is off in the fade over there. So yeah. So it's a lot. It's kind of a lot. So alternate possibilities. So I'm basically trying to refer to this just through its position, but it's not doing well. And it doesn't wrap, it just goes until it goes away. This, on the other hand, this wraps. But assigning the newly spawned object to this doesn't seem to be working. I could make it be a vector 3 that this is carrying around, and then just have it be perhaps closer than it should be. That might not be completely horrible. I don't know. So pzapref, rather than that becoming position, let's see, pzapref becomes position, but it's not moving because it's no longer a physics object. Now it's just a location. If we've wrapped beyond the boundaries of the universe and are sending a virtual image off to hit a virtual rock, but the real one's wrapping around and hitting a rock behind us, maybe the reference just is the position of when it wrapped. So what would that mean? Okay, we can do this, but we're not going to want to do this unless it's actually a real position. So we put it here. Then, if exist is smaller than 2, exist starts out as 2, pause equals collided pzapref. And then rather than using collided constantly, we start referring to pause everywhere. What's this warning? Oh, it's not using the value. Well, we're going to get up to that. That if statement didn't count, apparently. Distance to pause. Pause move towards. Ooh, problem. Maybe not. We have collided, so we could simply use that. It's probably fine. Let's find out. And you can do a move towards from a vector 3, presumably. If not, I'm going to have a nasty surprise. It looks like I only need to use this from here. Yep. Seems to be the only place. And we're moving towards the position of the rock that's getting deleted by collided linear velocity. Even that is somewhat arbitrary. We could just have it be the position of impact. This is trying to make it be a little fancier. but it's all about what I can make actually work. Okay. And we've got that commented out, so maybe we're not doing anything with it. Let's scroll back up and let's see whether we can do anything with this pause business. It's not even lining up correctly with the position of the boundaries. Easily fixed. You, sir, can be hidden. Rupert's rubber glove. Not exactly, but you could play with Airwindows channel. That's a tone shaping thing. So that might be a way of getting closer to what you're talking about. It is not a modeler per se, but then that's also why it retains a degree of tone quality to it. Give it a try. Do the most recent version of channel. That might be what you're looking for. Okay, I was able to hear that sound, although I didn't really see much in the way of exploding smoke. There I do. I'm going to start flying around and blowing stuff up and seeing at what point does it not do what I want. system freezes in place. I don't love that. I mean, it's what I'm telling it to do, but some of these rocks are moving real fast. The particle system should be moving along with it. And I'm not seeing that. Ooh, that is... Oh no, it came back. I was not getting what I was looking for out of that. Very large rock. Explode. There we go. I've lost 20 points because the rock came and hit me in the back of the head. Oh, and I've still got my counting down the points with each shot business. It'll rapidly come back, but like that. I'm counting down my score with each of these shots. If I go into nowhere, I may actually get to the point of running out. Oh, it's going to take longer. This is not really an effective gameplay mechanic, because it's like either I have so many I don't care, or I'm out. So that's not awesome. But it is at least something. It keeps giving me more points again. So there is one way that I can stop that. Bonk. 30. And now there are none. I have run out. And then, if I hit a rock with no points, I go kasplooey. And we start over and see what it does on level 1. It gave me some points to start with. Are you sand? Yes, you are. Ding. I win. Go to the next level. By hitting N, rather. Okay, find banana attack. We're down to the low levels now. Although it has taken away my crosshairs. That seems cheap. What's the deal with that? Will they come back if I get another level? I know I had crosshairs in there. They just went away. And I'm pretty sure that is banana attack. There we go. So, hit N for next level. Do I in fact get crosshairs this time? No. There's a rock right there. If I hit escape and then go back? Okay, that did it. So there's a thing that I can do. I can make sure that this comes back. By all means try coils. Or coils, I think there's a coils too. So yeah, some of the stuff is working fairly well. It's kind of coming into focus a little bit. Maybe this is a time for me to jump into this section. Here's our bot beeps. Ooh, into the reverb it goes. Well, that is what I wanted. That's what I was looking to see. So that's going to follow the same rules. We're going to refer to bot sound, but we may do this. So the deal with this is what I'm talking about here. I wish there to be lots of different sound sources rather than just only one, so that there could be lots of bots beeping around, because whenever they flash, they will also make a beep. And then when they get hit with one of your zaps, they make a beep. So they get real chattery if you're talking to them with the zaps. But since there can be so many of them, the world gets full of their flashes and beeps. And so I don't want too many of those. I don't want like thousands of, like I can make it be 1,000, at which point there will be far too many. So I'm going to want them to be overriding the bot sound and re-triggering it all the time at different distances in different scenarios. But if you're questioning one, like let's go back and run that again. So when I say questioning one, we're talking about something like this. See, it fired many shots, although they didn't really go anywhere. Okay, those at least I can see. And it seems to have pissed off somewhere. But you can do this. So what it should be doing is emitting a zillion beeps, whether or not it's firing a shot. Like sometimes that's making it fire a shot. Although it seems to be near the edge of the world here, so it's not actually hitting anything. But it should be blinking and beeping up a storm when you do this. That way you get to hear its sort of reactions. Like this is a behavior that I can demonstrate with the original game. It's nice having a good computer because that means that I can run many things at once. So here's the original one. Looks a little weird, but like that. And hear the beep. So the melody it's playing is its texture expressed as a tune. So each of them sings a different song. This one has a very boring song. We can try to anger the Guardian. Though we haven't put the Guardian into play yet. Guardian's fun. Guardian is vengeance on this. See, now it's all mad. So I should make this happen. Is the same as running into a bot, except for very slowed down. So that's the original game. That's the OG. And the hope is to get it so that the chattering of the bots acts the same. See whether we can get anywhere with that. Also, I'm going to be doing a lot of zipping around, throwing logs on the fire, and such. So I'm going to do just a little bit more of that. It's not quite 4 yet, but I'm going to take another very brief little breather. Stoke the fire a little more. There's definitely a day for that. Again, it was 7 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit when I got up this morning. It's not as bad as that now, but we are definitely in the middle of that crazy cold business. And it's not going away anytime soon. Ooh, an interesting side note. Updating the Chromium, so now I can like see what I'm streaming and stuff as well. Some of that got fixed. Now I get to use Weather Underground again. I have been using weather.com for stuff, but I enjoy Weather Underground's little graphics for a 10-day chart better. Shows things like barometric pressure and stuff. And that came back to life, so that was pretty cool. Oh, and KVR came back. Turns out that was just incompatibility with my browser. Okay, here we are. OG counterpart. The bots not only beeped, but it lit up continuously if you were shooting at it. And that seems legit. So let's find out where the code is around this and what makes that happen. Body scene file path contains zap, fire zap in direction. We're doing a raycast apparently still, so that's cool. This is apparently what it needs to be able to do that, otherwise it would just fire zaps in the direction. This is probably making it attempt not to hit rocks. And if collided not equal to null, actually, you know what? I don't even need to have this be inside that because this is not relative to collided at all. If body scene file path contains Z, we update physics counter, but what do we update physics counter to? The synchronized brain counter. So setting physics counter to 8 does not necessarily mean that it is going to immediately beep and do a thing. Physics counter of 0 or less will force an update. So that is a thing. Let's see if we can make that happen. So if they collide, they shouldn't necessarily just light up and start freaking out. But if we zap them, they probably should. So we do this. Now if we run it, the behavior upon getting zapped should be different. Let's find out how true that is. Well, that's working, but I don't see it blinking. And it's definitely a little bit weird that the, I think I'm being directed to this fella. I win. So here is level 101. Okay, that is a blink, but if I shoot it, does it also blink? Or does it not? Also, I have to do that crosshair thing. It's good at responding. But I don't necessarily see it blinking per se. So I was looking to have them blink and light up like they are blinking as they go along. Rather than just sort of disrupt them. Yeah, see that? We are updating its position. See it jittering about a little bit? That is a complicated pattern, so when you update it like that, it does kind of jitter, doesn't it? Because there's so much detail in there. Okay, well that's fun. There's so much detail in there that it reacts to you zapping it, and I see it sort of bouncing about. And now it filled the world with rocks. Well, that one knows where to go. It saw a clean shot. And jittering around a little bit, but I don't... It's doing what I want, but it is not seemingly blinking. I see the update, but I don't see the blink. So what that means is... Firstly, I'm going to bounce over here and see whether I can figure out... It's going to be the... escape. And then we're going to do... ooh, that's... You just won. So reticle visible is the thing that's causing a problem. I do not think... I don't know if we're respawning a new player. Are we respawning a new player? I'm not sure if we are respawning a new player. Maybe we are. If so, we would be wanting to throw that in there. So there's one way to find out. Reticle, no reticle. Crash into giant rock until we die. Boom, boom. Hit escape to start over. And now we do have the reticle back. So, okay, I guess that solved that. Boom. Boom. Crash into a rock. It's actually quite hard to chase. Alrighty. So we fixed that small bug. Now, we have bot noises and we have bot blinking. Physics counter 0 causes it to update, but it is not causing it to blink. That would be because If physics counter is less than 1, brain counter plus 3, physics counter 60. So flash is physics counter less than 4. And this is happening after this stuff. So it is somewhat arbitrary. Also, does it have to be 60? How are we going about this? Okay, it's steady. It's physics counter minus minus, so they are all blinking at the same rate, although I feel like they should not be. But all the same, they do seem to be. Well, we can do this. That's purely visual. That's changing the albedo color. It's changing the rotation around a little bit. It's doing a bunch of various stuff like that. But it doesn't happen if physics counter is 0, because then it immediately becomes 60, stopping it from being able to flash. So instead, if we move that there, so far so good. Then, okay, it didn't like that one bit. What's it going to take to make you be happy again? Why are you? Did I set a breakpoint? I did. Do not. Do not, do not. Go away. Go away. No breakpoint here. So now we have flash separate, and then the physics counter and the thinking stuff, it bumps it to 60. But if you re-hit it, okay, this should flash one shot. In theory. We shall see. I need to make those stop despawning so much. Needs to fire a beep while doing that. And it can use the same randomness that's affecting its positioning. And it's not able to tell me where to go, but that's because it's nowhere near. Oh no, it had an idea. It says that way. It says this way. This fellow, I bet this is the one. Absolutely. Got there. That's apparently called peacock. I guess it looks like it's a peacock color. We do still need to fix this bug. It's respawning instantly. Maybe not have it do this. So it's going to be a... Do we have a player collide that's causing that? If near counterpart less than 0, if game over, get node, play. Okay. If not game over, play. Trouble is, it apparently is still able to play. So this part's not working. So let's lose that logic because it's not doing anything. And then we bump it up to an impossibly large number this time. So or that's clearly the trigger for play. So let's build it into this one. And if near part less than 0 and not game over. And here's the part that keeps refiring it. So maybe this will work. Because if it's larger than this, it becomes equal to that, which is how it speeds up as it approaches. But play, and then we count up to the nearest distance, which is larger. Okay, well, let's find out if it worked. These parts of the game do appear to be functional, so we can go from there. Where's blue heaven? That way, you say. Okay. Up, I see a blue bot blinking in the distance. I bet it's gonna be you. Sure was. That's how close I am. Okay, you're re-triggering. That's re-triggering. So game over, not functioning in this context, I think. Although it did eventually stop, that's kind of what I hoped, but it stopped, but no, it didn't. It just went somewhere else. So, well, I mean, if game over is not over, can I damage myself by flying into that? No. No, I'm immune from that, so whatever is going on here has made it not be a damage situation. So this, at least, I get to check about. Let's find out. So where do we have the crash into rock and die part? Does it live here? Do I have collide in player at all? Probably not. I don't think so. I think I have the collide in rock. So what am I referring to in this case? So rock collides with player. Body as player. Collided is not equal to null. And collided one level. So if not collided, game over, and game score is less than 1, meaning you've used up all your shots. That's part of the mechanism of this. I'm almost certain to figure out something better to do about it, but for the time being, this is what it does. And it sets game over true. Oh, okay. So you can be immune to one level, but what it's checking for is game over. Interesting. So one level can protect you, but and that connects here. So here's the sound production. Here's rocks hitting zaps. It's the collide with bot that's going to matter here. So if we're player one level, we're doing a blink or something. Okay, I believe that is just making the player blink as well. It's going to be up here, so collides. If the collide is equal to player, and it's not null, and equal to but you have not one level, we do get to do this. And there's another ping. Interesting. Maybe I can make it settle down by not doing this. Oh, cool, there you go. I'm honestly not sure what OneDrive is, but I guess it speaks volumes what you're describing. Yikes. So yeah, see this? In bot, if collided moniker equals moniker, meaning this bot is the counterpart, and not collided one level, you play a ping, and collided one level becomes true. And you update these things. But what if we don't hit the ping at that point? We'll leave that off. What then? And for the good measure, where's the okay, there's our zaps. There's this. I feel certain some of this was living in player. I was looking to fix it in player. So yeah, this. This was producing the ping. So in theory, that's another place that ping can happen, but this is the one that's supposed to be doing the counting. Let's quickly run this again and see whether it is able to stop once you've actually won. Monochrome, you say? Tell me where monochrome is. It says that way? Oh, I bet it's that one. Meanwhile, the bots have been shooting things. Bet it's you. It is. Okay. Collides are firing the ping. I do not know why that's happening, but it's still happening, and I've removed one of the triggers. So the next step is to make that not be happening anymore. Well, what if I delete it there? Does that stop everything? If this stops it, then that's where that was coming from. And I need to recalculate. Because we basically stopped it being able to ever happen at all. Okay, sonar pings is this way. Is it you? It is. I do not hear a ping. Okay, that's clearly where that one ping was happening. We just need to not make it happen constantly after you've won. And that means game over does not appear to be... Oh, wait, no. Bingo. Okay, I figured it out. I'm checking for game over, but what I'm looking for is one level. Got there. Got there. That's clearly the problem. And... So game over means you crashed into something, and it makes sense to have the ping not be happening there either, but this is different. So this should do the job. Let's find out if it did. Huh. Okay, the bot says that way, which is through a bunch of asteroids, so fine. What is Son of Aggro? Well, that one said that away once, and then stopped talking to me anymore. That one got confused, but didn't know where to go either. So let's go and question some other ones. How about you? No? So next thing is definitely to make it go beep. Oh, that looks like an eyeball. It's crazy. I'm not sure I've ever seen you. You look like the Space Corps or something. I'm just seeing it from a funny angle is all. Okay, so these guys are no help to me. Time to go and find another one. The original concept of this was that you'd have to go wandering around to find ones that had been near the one you're looking for. Ah, that one has a clear idea. This might be it. Okay, bing. Excellent. There we go. Boom. And got there. Okay, that wasn't so hard. Got there. Now we have a peaceful end game that is going ring like a telephone. Mind you, the bot is pushing me in a direction, which is not necessarily desirable, but that's fine. Also, by all rights, I shouldn't be able to still blow up rocks. I won, so they can't hurt me anymore, so it seems kind of unfair. And for next level, here we go. An immediate bing saying that we have begun the game once more. I need to make more rocks available. I need to have some kind of array of... Oh, I like the way they told me last time. So I feel like the challenge of this can be in many ways. One of them is maybe you don't even get points for shooting these things anymore. You certainly don't get them in a way that it would have a gameplay effect. But you're trying to query these bots. So if they don't know where to look, then they will not fire. So here we go, going to find something we can question. Like these. That one said something. Not for long. I think it said go this way. So the idea is maybe you just want to shoot at the bots even though they're rather hard to hit. And they might be in a position where they don't know where to look. In this case, they're not meant to always know where to go. You're supposed to have to search. But then if they know where to go, they're firing a shot in the direction of where to go. Oh, I'm in trouble now. I hit a rock. Go a little better. And when they fire a shot, they can hit an asteroid and cause more chaos and damage. Oh, that one had an opinion. See, they missed that one, but is that the one I'm looking for? It is. yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. It becomes a question of, does it start out being too difficult? How do I scale from find one, or find one among three or whatever, to these enormously high levels and still have it be difficult? And then you can just blow stuff up. So that's two things solved, but we still do not have these things making beeps. Oh, are you boosting the stream? That's funny. So we still do not have this being accessed. If we position one of these where the bot has been hit by a zap and fire it, it'll make a beep and we can retune the beep. Very clear and direct way of doing that, and it's going to be very similar to rock sounds 0 through 9. There's a couple of differences I have in mind though. So here's our switch statement for firing rock noises. We're just going to grab this and take it all and bring it to the new place. So we're going to copy, and we're going to go in here, and if scene file path contains Z and collided is not equal to null, we're deleting the one that just got sent and doing this stuff for where the counterpart was last seen, but I wanted to make the noises anyway. However, this might not be where I wanted to do that, because the thing is, I want them beeping and talking to each other. I don't want it just only reacting when you shoot. You should be able to go boom, boom, boom through this giant space with all these asteroids, and if you shoot them, they explode with dust and smoke and noise. But if you're wandering around, you should be hearing these guys going bip, boop, bip, sort of randomly wherever they go. We've only got 10 sound producers, so they should be basically fine. I believe when you re-trigger, it will re-fire, but we'll be able to find that out real quick. So if flash, here's where we do flash, here's where we wrap around. So if we wrap around, we're automatically already flashing, because flash is 0.51 plus physics counter is less than 4, 0.51 or 0, which also sets the brightness of the bots in general. So we can do this stuff when physics counter is less than 1. In fact, we should be able to reset it after this stage. Make a little space, paste it in, and then we're going to need to update a bunch of stuff. This stuff's probably fine, but maybe I can anti-tab it a little bit. Little shift tab, there we go. Do we also want to step that back? Yes, we do. That actually goes there, which logically means I think these can step a little farther too. Actually, no, that's fine. But, so here's our switch statement. And all this other stuff is getting edited. None of it is actually going to stay. In fact, we can lose the particles immediately. But before we do that, Switch. Brain counter. Oh, no, no, no. Wait, no, no, no. Mm-mm. No, no, no. Ideally, we would like to have something that ties it to this particular instance. How are we going to go about doing that? Do we have a serial number of this in some way? Do we have an ID number for this particular object? Not this other stuff, but some kind of, it doesn't have to be very fancy, but it needs to be always the same when you're firing at the same bot, because it needs to always refer to the same switch statement. How are we going to do that? Well, we've got this native instance. Huh. Well, it's a pointer, and it's an int. I don't know if that means that's a unique ID number for this particular object. That's what I'm looking. I'm looking for the unique ID number for this particular object, of which there could be thousands. Thousands. Don't feel like this is... not that, not that, not that. Not going to be looking for get children. I'm looking for the number of what this actually is. It does have a unique ID of some kind. Ooh, okay. Hi. Hi, this looks perfect. This getIndex is going to return an int, and it is the number of this node, which they've all been added to the same node. So among its siblings, it's going to be 0 or anything else. And we get to do include internal false. So we don't need that. Let's give it a try. And it'll return an int, and we need to have it be false. Which is apparently the default. And then mod 9, or possibly mod 10. What am I doing in rock? I have to do this in rock as well, I think. No, I don't, because rock robin is just counting back down. If it's more than 9, I think modulus means that if it's I think you have to be able to return 0, so I'll be doing modulus 10 to get 0 through 9. And if I'm wrong, it'll immediately crash, so there's that. Okay. So, in which case I don't actually need getIndex this. I can just refer to it directly. It's this object's index. Oh, I've got giant explosions, kinda. For example, if I'm happy that's working out for you. So I am going to remove the particles from this. Because I know I'm going to have to. But then everything else is going to have to change quite radically. but I feel like a lot of it might be fine. So playing true, that at least is going to need to be a thing. If I do a slightly cumbersome copy and paste, I can get this done. Because it's going to be exactly this. Is there any of this that I need to actually remove? Pitch scale needs to be updated, that's for sure. Volume linear doesn't need to be updated. I can delete that. Position does need to be updated. But it doesn't need to be moved towards, does it? Honestly, the audio stream player probably didn't need to do the position move towards either. It was probably fine where it was. Let's step towards these. This part at least can be done. I can at least make it so that I'll get a lot of beeping without really changing the pitch by just commenting out a bunch of this stuff. Although I don't know, if it goes fast enough, maybe I'll just do all of the things and see how far I can get. Because I do know what pitch scale is going to become. Okay, so far so good with that. I feel like I've got this bit in here which could do with some help. Where did I define pause? Okay, here it is. Well, that's actually fairly easy to update, so I'm not worried about that. We will not use pause, we will simply use something else. Player position 2. Position. So that might just work. It will be interfering with the rock explosions, mind you, but maybe if not everything is happening at once, it'll be fine. Because we basically have one reverb setting. I mean, we could bypass this by making a separate reverb bus for just the bots. That could be a thing. For now, that's probably fine. And let's just take it from here. I can get more fancy with it if I want. Pitch scale. This might not be helpful, but it will at least produce something. And then the audio part, I can just make it go away. And then the rest of it is just making these things each sing their little songs. Oh, no, that was correct. We're not so far off the mark here. Then these amplitude things go away because we're straight up just allowing all of the beeps to happen at their natural volumes from distance, because the position is being updated relevant to, I mean, if you go far away from it, you can't hear it any longer. Let's see if it did anything. Oh, it's completely overwhelmed everything. Everything is just bzzzt. Okay, that's not working. In fact, I'm having trouble closing it. But we force quit you. There we go. Up. Okay. So that part's relatively fine, but not all of this is okay. So every beep that we had, we're trying to fire one of these. Or wait, that's not what to do at all. Don't mind me, got a little confused. What I wanted is this. So now we can only do one of these. Furthermore, let's remove this part. So position equals position, playing equals true, and only every single one of them that blinks is going to be firing off the thing, but only on the one, which I don't believe is polyphonic. Now what? That's firing explosions. That is firing explosions. Noppies. So, have I simply forgotten to update the bot sounds? No, those are robot worm beep. Supposed to do this. Now, how much reverb goes on it, that's a whole other thing. But it's firing rock sounds, so what have I done wrong? Oh, I didn't finish updating it, that's what. Never mind. Also, I do not know whether I should be modding it to 10. I feel like that should give me 0 to 9, but I'm not positive that's how that goes. Well, one thing I can do about it is force it to have an available entry if that was the problem. Okay, so none of this rock sound business. That's clearly wrong. I forgot to do some of my work. Didn't I have it done some? I did. I had one little tiny area. So this is going to be a little bit cumbersome, but I'll get there. What makes me sad is I do not feel like I have a helpful... I have a find and replace in the Xcode that I develop my plugins on that outperforms this. Unless context actions. None of that's what I'm looking to do. We'll just do it the hard way. Whatever. One thing about it, it was at least firing all the rock sounds, just in such a way that they became upset. Possibly because there were so many of the beeps that the randomization of it maybe was freaking it out. Or possibly because it was in fact trying to generate a 10 off of that. I don't know, because I'm not that fresh on how a modulus function It seems to me as if you tell it 10, it should give you 0 through 9 being 10 instances, but I could be mistaken. Maybe that's something I don't understand properly. Maybe modulus gives you 1 through something. Oh, what have we done? Mistake. As soon as I get this going, particularly if I have it doing a series of amusing beeps, I'm going to go off and warm up my oven for my tacos. There's a small mistake too. There we go. This should get me there. In theory, it'll get me there. The question becomes, is it going to return useful results? It feels like that was doing high-pitched rock sounds. If so, it might translate fairly well to bot sounds right out the gate. I do wonder whether... I guess we'll find out, won't we? Immediate try, as it previously was. Let's see what happens this time. Yep, it has crashed it. It has crashed it and died it. So when I cut that back, it behaved a little bit better. We're going to have to force quit it again. Come on. There you go. So getIndex should be returning me something reasonable. Let's step that back. Modulus 1. Does it still do it? It still does it. Trying to do the force quit. There we go. So this getIndex business is for the birds. This ain't working at all. That said, we could simply assign each of these bots a reference number. That is totally something that we could do. For now, let's just pick a random number and see what it does now. Oh, we're still unhappy, ain't we? Although in this case, now that it's only firing one of these, it's actually able to function. However, it has swamped the audio bus completely. You can't hear anything. So, also a must force quit. Alrighty. Yeah, I know, I did that on purpose. Well, we could go over to here. I do not, well, we can make this shut up too. Maybe that's what's making it upset. One quick way to find out. Yeah, that's not the problem. I keep wondering whether I can maybe make it so that it can close, but I guess not. So, force quit once more. And you know, while we're at it, I'm going to go off, throw another log on my fire, thaw out my tacos, and then I will come back. Gotta be disciplined. Gotta be disciplined for some of this stuff, otherwise I will end up hacking away into the night. No food, no sleep. You can't be doing that unless you're being paid a salary by some corporation. And even then it's dumb. But if it's just you, it's a very bad idea to do. We're going to try to avoid foolish shenanigans. No foolish shenanigans today. I will be right back. Okay, let's figure this stuff out. Right on. So I'm back. Let's see if we can make it not horribly crash. So if physics counter is less than 1, for every single bot, there could be 100 of them. Reverb instance didn't do anything. We could try this and see what it does. That worked. Then, here's a Boolean. So we can override all of these and just force it to only do something if it is not playing. That should at least slow it down a little bit, but we'll have to see. This may or may not do it. Oh, I see. Ha. Okay, didn't like that much, but it sat there for a moment being okay. Also, I saw some like warning signs. I really feel like if I am seeing these yellow flashes, what is it that it was saying before it crashed? It's not showing now. Okay. But sound 0, so we're only running this one bit of the routine. That part did not help. Is it something in the configuration here? Should be bot sound 0. This would be the one that it would be doing. It's not playing. Polyphony is 1. It's going to the Splody bus. One thing I can do is I can send him to master. Shouldn't change anything, but Doppler is not affecting anything. I don't know if that does a damn thing. What do we have here? So what did I do to make this one work where the other one does not? That part, we're not using streams. Attenuation model of inverse. We got a unit size, we got a match DB, We're altering pitch scale. Is that the same thing on both of these? Looks kind of like it is. Playing. I should be able to make it go boop. By hitting play, I should be able to make that go beep. We're now on master bus. So what is actually up with this? It should be a different kind of object than this. So that's named rock sound 0. This is named bot sound 0. Signals? Do we have anything in signals? Signs point to no. Groups. That it doesn't care about that. Okay, we're doing stuff here. That's global history. That's not the history of the object. Object's history isn't going to matter. We don't have this looping. Let's go back to this and see what its import looked like. So in theory, we're able to import as og vorbis. What about those rock explosions? What are those doing? Here they are. They're being imported as og. They're not looped. 0004. That seems normal. This too seems normal. What's going on with this crazy thing? Back to scene. But sounds. Well, nothing should be happening here. Here's an audio stream player 3D. It's set to master. Area mask. Is Roxanne doing area mask? No, that's normal. Nothing unusual about that at all. They're pretty much the same. Back to the code. Is there anything I can comment out that'll make this behave? Like playing should play and then stop. What if we're not updating position? What if we're not updating pitch? Maybe pitch is what's causing a problem. You have no business complaining because you wrapped that without me asking you to. Okay, do we still have a crash or does it now go beep? Ah, okay, okay. We're not crashing now. And we have sound effects. Something there is working. So, that didn't die. What if we don't have to refrain from that? So if it still works, we don't need to test whether it's actually playing because we can restart it. And that'll save some time. That's fine. It lives. So I'm going and trying to look this up again. I had it before. One of these things was an int. Maybe it can't actually look up the thing that fast, and that's the problem. No, no. So get index. Mod 9. And we don't need to have this because it will still work. So then if we delete these things and it works, that has meaning. Now what's going to happen is I'm not going to be able to hear anything because we're not updating position. But I'm not interested in that right now. I'm only interested in, can I get it to run without freaking out and crashing? Because something I was doing to it made it very unhappy. Maybe I'm dividing by 0. Oh, math square root 4 divided by brain counter. I don't think anywhere it says brain counter can't be 0. Okay, but we're not doing that right now, are we? It lives. And all of our little bots do appear to be moving around. I feel like I might hear a vague beepy distance. Okay, enable position. Now whatever noise these things make, we'll be following them about. I very much suspect it is that square root of brain counter. I feel like that can be 0 and that could be blowing everything up. But there's one way to find out. Let's see if it makes a noise. Once more into the breach. This time with the get index thing enabled. Speak to me, baby guys. Haha. Oh, and that funny looking thing, that was the 0 position. However, if we, and that was the, that black void, I'm pretty sure that was the monster. We're not dealing with that right now. It'll pose an interesting challenge. Okay, we can enable a beep. In fact, we can enable a beep that repeats. What if distance wasn't the problem? One way to find out. Might need to make a second bus just for the bots. Yep, got closer. But that needs to be a little more distant. Okay, can't hear you, but now we can. Okay, coming along. So this is starting to happen. However, verb instance dry, that's way too sensitive. So square root position, player position, distance to position. in which case that's going to be more zeros. There's 10 times the closeness, and it's still going to beep at the same frequency. But now at least we have some kind of clue as to why. There. I'm pretty sure I can set pitch scale to 0 and it will function. And the rest of this stuff seems to be working. Also, let's make that dry distance business a little bit less aggressive. So here's the final question. What do we got to do to make this be good? Probably not the square root business. So instead, let's just go to float brain counter. That should go from 0 to 255. And I can do a sort of average thing that would bounce it around a little bit. So we well, am I already summing those though? No. No, I have a vector 3, but I do have a vector 3 which includes all of these already, so I can do something interesting with the vector 3 maybe. Let's see what we can do. Target position. So that's multiplied by world brain. So that's actually pretty big. So, what number am I making that be after all? It's going to be scaled to the world size. It's a single float. Looks like I'm setting it on creation rather than from within here. It's like not being created within bot, so it's going to be created here. Ah, okay, and it's world size divided by 256. So then what are we getting out of it? It's not going to be huge, it's not going to be world size, but maybe I can get a single float out of that using a normal 3D calculator type thing. Let's see, where were we at? Here we were. So, target position. That is where it is trying to go, meaning that it'll be a note that is a different note based on where the position actually is. However, we might be able to do a sort of distance from center or something. So, oh, actually, no, that is the wrong thing. No. So we're going to do like length or length squared or something. Probably more like length. So there's a vector, and it's covering the entire world size. However, it's scaling to world brain by 256. Well, that would actually work, kind of. So if we do this, and then we do this, then we automatically hear only that, and we get to find out what it does. If it works, we use it for everything. Okay, liking it. Okay, so that gray guy, fairly normal frequencies. This guy. Yeah, they're playing little melodies. Excellent. Here's an orange one. I'm liking the frequencies of their beeps. That seems good. Digging that. Let's go and find some ones that look real different. See if we can get any very different kinds of beepers. How about you? And we can definitely come down in pitch a hair. But this is shaping up. So that's a factor of 10 lower. Target length squared will give me a much bigger variation, but not necessarily in the best of ways. Back into the breach, let's see what kind of beeps they make now. Also, I do need to make them, I think, a little bit louder, but maybe not. We'll see. You can't really hear them between all of the explosions. Here's some more. See, it goes boop. Messy business. Oh, here's a colorful looking one. Let's talk to you. What kind of voice do you have, sir? Low pitch. So, 10 times as high was a nice chirpy little beep. I don't think I'm going to want to do length squared. All right, see you later, Chad. I'm about 20 minutes out from tacos. That'll be nice because it looks like I'm making progress here. Let's do the mean value. What do we get when we go to here? Because it's a little closer to the very high-pitched one, but there's some variation. And honestly, there's not that much I can do as far as doing this more like... I don't have different tones to make it go by. I'm just firing the one beep and then going from there. And although I have 3 channels, I am just using target position length to reduce them to 1 with evening them out quite a bit, really. And it might be fine. We'll see. Back to this. If so, we get to make them polyphonic. That was a cute little melody. I like that one. They're all going to have distinct voices based on the texture that makes them go. So let's go find some other voices. That's a trippy sounding little bugger. I think I've already seen this one. Cool. Here's a colorful one. Or no, it is not actually. Well, one thing about it, I am getting the results. These to be louder, although honestly they're probably loud enough because I have my speakers turned down so much so that they don't just blow up the microphone. It's probably fine. Let us extend the principle to all of these other ones. And technically, I can scale all of these individually. Oh, hi. Forgot to do that. These do not all have to have the same multiplier. In fact, it'll be consistent for which one it is, but they can all have different multipliers. If I wanted to get really fancy, I could calculate out which multiplier to use based on what the... Well, no, that won't work at all, will it? Distinct ones will have different multipliers, and they'll be consistent to that object, but it's not going to be correlated to the actual pattern on them. We can have different patterns, or different ones with the same pattern can have slightly different voices based on their index ID. That seems good. I feel like I kind of like that idea. Oh, no, well, I'm happy that's working out for you. That was the idea. There will be another. I'm going to do a softer distortion version of that. I'm also going to guess that we never get to 10. I think we're probably fine 0 through 9. So 6 0 6 1 6 2 6 3 This is very little change among them, but I could always just make that be in the larger level. Alrighty, now let's hear the sea of boops. Oh, I did forget to make them louder. That. I can probably do that in here. Attenuation model is what I'm concerned with here. So this is what we are updating. This is the overall volume thing, so I get to mess with that. And we could play with just disabling that. Let's see what happens if we do. Might be very beepy out there. But we can but try. It might be amusing. Or we can set the volume based on the distance directly from code rather than having it be part of the 3D model. I don't know anything about the NES. I never had an NES. And I'm the age where one might. I had an Atari 2600. Or my family did. I didn't have. Okay. We've now disabled all of that stuff, and it's all going to go into the reverb at great distance. Aha! This is what it's like having too many bots about. Yeah, so these guys, they're too chattery. There is something I can do about that. One of the things I can do about it is cut the dry back some more. We are suppressing it a lot. So let's multiply that by a factor of 10 and see what that does. But then we can also use the same factor to simply not trigger it unless it is above a certain level. And that'll sparse it out quite a bit. Okay, they're not blinking that often, but by God, are they excited. Arguably too much beat. Definitely too much beat. Okay, so let's make a variable. No, not 0.5. Trust me, I'm going to do something useful with this. Got that. Do that. Forgot to cast this bit. So if the distance is too great, ooh, let's move this in front of this. Let's have it not do any of these things unless it's sufficient. And then if we turn this up, it will end up becoming much higher than 1. And we get to disable the whole thing unless it is a suitable amount. There. So this is the same as we had before, but now we get to wrap all of this in an if statement. Is less than 1.0f. And then all of this lives within that one if statement. Otherwise, we don't do any of that stuff. Now let's see what we got. Okay, we are still pretty chattery. But then we are at level 100, so there is that. We can hear these from way too far away. Mind you, we set the attenuation to nothing, so that's part of it. But still. So, too much beep square root thing. Make it 10 times as sensitive, so only stuff within 1/10 of the radius. Okay, that's better, but it's still kind of radical. A bit too excitable. More. Let's really rein it the heck in. Okay, that's still a lot, but we're starting to focus on the nearby ones. This so much that we're only getting deep reverb from explosions. I feel like I better make another plus. And let's crank this up even more so that they are only very nearby when you hear them. And then rather than bus index explodey, clearly we need a bus that's called beepy. I mean, I don't make the rules. And then we don't get to copy and paste any of that stuff, but what we can do is just duplicate it by hand. And we shouldn't need a hard limiter. Although technically, maybe that can live there. Master. Very quick limiter, no boost to it, and we will take it off of there. And then we're going to duplicate what this reverb is doing. 10101.25. 0101. Going to do half of that. because we are not modulating the amplitude. Everybody's going at full volume into the reverb at all times, but then the dry is being manipulated. So there's BB. And bot sound is going to have to be adjusted for all of these guys, but that shouldn't be that bad. Oh, also, okay, so one of them's going to master, but then everything else is going to Splody, so now they can go to BB. But I don't actually get to step around like this very easily. Instead, it's just not letting me, so I better go and check. Bus BB, bus BB. I just have to click everywhere. It's not letting me do anything other than clicking everywhere. No worries, this should work. Also, you know, in this case, I can actually use that problematic pre-delay there. Like the rocks, they need to blend, but I feel like, okay, all is BB. I feel like with this, oh, and I didn't even change it either, so there's that. So pre-delay 20 milliseconds for rocks, but no feedback, but a couple of 100 milliseconds for bots. I can probably manipulate that on the fly too, but I'm not entirely... I feel like maybe that would break it. I don't know. 5 minutes of stream for derping around in BP land. I feel like I can escalate this further. How about only ones that are very nearby? Okay, now the question is, can I fly to a place away from these bots so that they're not pestering me? Do what I thought it was going to. It just suppressed the amplitude and never let it back. That's not very good recovery time at all. We're going to lose hard limiter. Maybe add a record? Yeah, a bunch of these things. Spectrum analyzer. Tell you what. Let's leave that off and then put the peak limiter that we were enjoying before back on here. Here's its settings. We're going to have the release go very, very fast, which was working okay before. Maybe we'll put this back to the same small amount that the previous one was. Maybe not use high pass. I could use high pass. Wet goes all the way to 0.1, and we're modulating dry like madmen. And back over to here. too much beep times 0.1, and then it has to be less than 1 to actually work. Maybe we don't even need this square root. This one is one where we want it to be a larger number. So let's ditch the friggin' square root. In fact, if we're doing that, let's just compare directly to distance 2. If this isn't enough, we can do distance squared 2, which runs faster. Okay, that did its job. How close do we have to get to it? Okay, we went too far. The square root is very effective, but we don't maybe need to have it be this effective. Let's get it to where we can hear them again. Ah. Okay. We got something going on there. Fly up close to them and you get clusters of BBs. But only to a point. Huh. Okay. Oh wow, those shots are curving. Ooh, here's a colorful little color. You can also hear them when they're nearby, even if you can't see them. So now let's fly over here where there's lots of them. Now, let's run 1,000 bot final boss. This is going to be stupid, but in the best possible way. Welcome to level 1000. Hold on to your butt. It's going to take a bit to ramp up. It should still run. There we go. So here's these canary buggers. Ooh, let's go play with the green ones. They are singing the song of their people. Godot app. I don't know how many phones would be able to handle it, but it's only running on a couple of cores. It's not super multi-threaded. Level 1000. Oh, I've set up a car alarm. Okay, that was shots in this direction. And we have created some smaller rocks. But we're down to a very low number though. Not that it's going to help very much. Here, the environments of the big ones. This is a somewhat more chilled area. Not as many of the bots here. Oh, here's some red ribbons. Oh, they're not talking at all. So, oh, here's some more penguins. Okay, these guys aren't talking at all. I'm not really quite sure why that's happening. Strong and silent type, I see. So you do get to have peace and quiet in some places. Pick your way through the asteroids. Spoke too soon. And then some places are noisy as hell. I may come up with something like that. Because you see, I can have stuff that is on a larger scale than even this universe. I've made more rocks. I have trouble now. Okay, area of relative peace and quiet. Somebody's hanging around going pip pip pip. I think it's these guys. Oh yeah. This is the song of their people. Oh wait, what about these very colorful ones? They are kind of twittery. Oh, and you know what? I recognize could be firing these shots, but run out of the shots and have to go in search of a station somewhere. I have lost Art Deco Stucco Parrot. It's around here somewhere. I was so close. I could have won this level. That's a close sound. Unfortunately, the sound was basically just my shots. I do enjoy that they're all singing their own little songs. I mean, they're bots, so the songs are beeps, but still. And I have totally lost the target. So we're going to fly into the middle of a really noisy cluster of these guys. And call it a day. So here's as far as we got today. We got the bots talking. Those guys are chattering away like mad now. Even better than in the original game. And you can go away to where they're not annoying you anymore if you want to badly enough. So on that note, I'm going to go off and make my tacos. We'll get back to this at some point. You will get to play this at some point. Seeing what I want to do with it. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.